Hello. Hi. How you doing? Welcome. Weird, and I'm not stuck anymore. I mean, I'll take it. Heck yeah. Also, there's something wrong with the camera. I just realized. Oh no. I thought I checked though. Alright, give me a second. Just gonna probably change this one down and then boom. No, boom. Yeah, there we go. This should work. Oh, that looks good actually. Let me just up this a little bit. Boom. Okay. It's just that sometimes the camera just sort of decides to gets back to default on its own. I don't know why it keeps doing that, but it is what it is. It's fine. Like, anyways, hope you are doing good. I am weirdly ill. Drink. Wait. Hello, Mama Dragon. Oh my god. And hope Mama Dragon is doing good. Welcome. I feel eepy. I don't know. Oh, actually, there's something weird I want to share. So for the past few days of my sleep, right? It doesn't feel like anything. Right? I slept soundly, but weirdly enough, every morning when I wake up, the bed sheets just looks like it's being like in a very messy state. It's like when I wake up, the bed sheets are not covering the mattress anymore, which is kind of weird. I don't know how I did that, but I guess my sleeping posture is really bad. Question mark? I don't know, but it could be. I don't know. I don't know. But it's just kind of interesting to notice that has been happening for the past few days. I figured that my sleeping posture could be bad, but I don't even know what I can do. I don't even know if there's anything can reduce that from happening. I don't know. Tossing and turning, legit can't keep sheets on my bed for the same reason, right? It's just kind of weird. I used to be a very... When I wake up, everything is not everywhere. And I'll still be hugging my dragon plushies, but these days when I wake up, everything is everywhere. Like my plushies are being like, I'm not hugging them anymore. Is what I'm trying to say, right? I mean, it's nothing concerning as far as I can tell. But yeah, it's just kind of interesting to notice what has been, happening. I have no idea, but I'm okay though. I promise. Despite that situation, I still had sleep, so I'm still gonna yawn a lot though. So I hope you guys don't mind. Anyway, I kind of decided that I want to play a little bit of Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. I haven't played it in a while, and I kind of want to break out my Switch a little bit. Or maybe I can play some block game after, right? And maybe I can play some Tetris 99 after playing a little bit of Generations Ultimate. Maybe. I could totally do that though. But for now, I'm feeling a little bit of Monster Hunter Generations. And last night I feel a little bit of Pokemon TCG, which I did play, right, on my Switch. The Game Boy Color version. It's super duper fun. Music is super duper good. The card fights are super duper fun as well, so game good. I'm being numbed. Oh. Hi Evie. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Oh yeah, my screen. My sweet screen is there. My stream screen is here. Is this how it is before? I feel like something changed. I think it was like upside down. It's fine. I get to look at the bigger screen when I play Monster Hunter. This is this way. This one is the smaller monitor where I read my chat and stuff, and that one over there is usually the one that I play games with. I'm overloaded but doing okay. Oh, that's good to know. At least you're doing okay. I had to do lots of stuff today. Ooh, sounds like a good kind of stuff. Maybe? I don't know. I'm also doing a lot of hiccups lately. Don't know what's going on. Especially last night when I was streaming halfway, a hiccup so big that it sounded like a demon trying to crawl out of my mouth yesterday. Interesting experience, but government stuff trying to access record from foster care and stuff. Oh, that... I take that back. That sounds like a rough time. Well, still, hopefully everything went well for you. It's already 12:40. Oh, I'm this late today. I thought I'm early. I thought wrong. I thought very wrong. I looked at the time wrong. Holy shit. I thought, wow, Hence the overloaded. I'm home now and done for the day, but my social battery is empty already. Yeah, take some very, very nice rest, Evie. Very important. Let me... Oh yeah, I was like, where's my controller? I felt my controller is here. Wow. And don't think I'm missing anything here. Alright, everything looks good. Okay. Very, very nice. Alright, let's go here. Gonna play some Monhan Generation Ultimate. I mean, I've been playing... Like, there's also Tetris 99. My sister was playing Proteto. My nephew likes this. And then the rest I didn't really touch as much. I mean, I play Golden Sun used to, but I don't know why I stopped. I mean, NES, who doesn't like NES? And then of course the Pokemon TCG here. But we're playing this one today, so... Yeah. Let me close this thing. There. I still wish at some point there will be a Monster Hunter dating simulator. Monster Dater, if you will, right? A Monster Dater will be way better than Monster Hunter, honestly. I mean, sure, Monster Hunter is like super duper fun and all, but I don't get to smooch dragons. I wanna smooch them. Or them smooching me out, right? Oh, either way around, it's totally fine. It's a little bit loud, I think. This sounds alright, I think. Yeah, this sounds alright. I came so close to tripping over and eating concrete today, and luckily just managed to catch myself with my foot. Oh gosh, I was close. It would have hurt too as I was falling with speed. Oh god. I'm glad you didn't. That could have been devastating. More loot. No more loot. Right, to Hunter's Pub then. I recently found out that Adept Sword and Shield is so fucking good. I've been using Adept Sword and Shield for a lot actually for the past few days, or past week, sorry. When I was in Kuching, essentially. Oh. Naga? Oh yeah, also I've been trying to farm Soulseer Mizu now. So that's what we're gonna do today. We're gonna farm a bunch of Soulseer Mizu stuff. Oh, that's too much. Actually, that's perfect. Holy shit. Oh. Yeah, that's too much. Oh, that's not good too. Oh god. Don't know what I was thinking. It's still so funny they don't have like a tech all button. And then here I am trying to destroy my fingies by doing that. You 10 rounds. They change key. I actually thought we'd get Lucky Napple, so I'm not gonna use that too much. There's so many skills I never seen before. Like just now, that one with Hellblade X. Like, what the heck was that? Guess I'm trying to be careful with Soul Seer Mizu. Yeah. %55% affinity. Oh, that's kind of crazy, no? But I need to farm Nasilla. I don't wanna. Damage is 150 though. This one is already 260, and I think my Sage Sword is like 280. Yeah, 280. A Collate XX. Don't know what that is. Unless I can trade it with Horn Coins? I don't think so. I'm not too sure. There we go. I think this is a good amount of preparation. Water resistance. Nice. And grant a quick recovery when sent flying by a monster. I guess this is good. Jeez. Jeez. Alright, let's fight. It's time for the farm. Soul Seer Mizu. Oh yeah, this nightclub Malfestio. And Silverwind Naga? Yes, Silverwind Naga is here. No, I don't think I'm gonna do this. Mount and topple monster 5 times, crazy. Let's just do this one. And capturing doesn't seem too bad, honestly. Alright, here we go. I'm playing Adept Sword and Shield, so I just need to dodge properly and everything will be fine. You... of course you put me here when I didn't bring any... Yeah... Well, that's on me. Should have brought it with me every time. Don't know what came over me and decided not to bring it. A bit distracted and work tonight. Apparently we'll be lurking, cutie ball. Of course, have a good luck, Mama Dragon. Thank you, thank you. And also good luck with work.
Despite what one might think, there is a purple kobold that lives in the corner of the screen that is in fact one very good girl. She is in fact beautiful and deserves all the pet pets. Pet, 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 pet.
And pet, good. Always love that pet. Beh, 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 beh. Boop. Mm. Oh, yeah, I should have brought 3 Demon Drug and 3 Armor Skin. Because I brought 2 Max Potions. Nah, it's fine. I don't know how loud this is gonna be, so just be warned, alright? When I get spotted. Yeah, that's kinda loud actually. But it's only gonna be that one. Didn't see shit. What happened? Oh yeah, you can do that. I recognize that. Give me that claw. And also tail. Oh, wow, lucky. Uh-oh. There's a problem with Sword and Shield, no reach. Give it. Been wrong time. What? Oh, that went over the building. Oh, that was quick. I thought I was safe. I didn't realize it was doing the laser. Well, gonna fight with no health? Wait, I have max potion. Just gonna fight with no buff then. This is fine. It's only no buff. I'll just have to play more carefully. What's it spinning? Mizu likes to spin? Can I still... Nice. Don't roll. Oh, the tail is already salty. Oh, the tail is already hard, I mean. Oh yeah, Miso has the backflip here. The coolest move in the game. Backflip. Also, Soulsea and Mizu seems to run away a heck lot. I'm gonna get used to that. There we go. That should reduce the damage a little bit, but I should have aimed for the tail. Because the tail... I'm not aiming for the tail because the tail is still like hard. I finally reacted to that. Almost died. Oh, it's hard now. Look at that. Went away again. But there was an extremely early break on the Mizu claw. I broke the right one, so I should aim for the left one. So left claw and also tail. If I can break the head first and then back. Back is gonna be the hardest one, but we'll see. No part is soft. I'll go for the hind legs. This is... I'm doing it still. Even tail? Pretty slowing. It was a bad idea. Oh, hi Roxas. Nice. I think I got this. I need to aim for the head now. Johnny Balls. I'm a Dirk. Am I safe here? Very. I like Dirk. Welcome. No, it's safe from... Well, you're not safe from Roxas, but Roxas dum-dum, it's okay. Welcome. Hope you're doing good back here. Oh, finally. Alright, aim for the tail. Just went away again. I'm okay with this. It's okay, Roxas is tiny, it's fine. I mean, sure, I'm also tiny, but it's fine. Alright, here we go. I'm a kobold, I'm small. Tail. Oh yeah. You're a nature Derek? Ooh, nature? So there's gonna be a lot of moss that you have? Got him. I like moss. Wait. And that was pretty fast. Oh my god, I didn't die, holy shit. Moss covers 80% of my body? Whoop. You're gonna get eaten like this. Well, from this little kobold anyway. Uh-oh. Another one. Big lift. Whoa. Oh my god. Runs away again. Interesting strategy. Yeah, I did mention Solcio runs away a lot. Ooh. I'm okay with this. I'll take it. It's hard again. Morning, Peter. Oh my god, chicken. Oh, Peter is doing good. Oh my god. Oh. Runs away again. I didn't even land a few hits. What a cute stream. Oh. Oh, Peter is doing good. I love dragons, they're neat. They're so good. Ooh, those fast. There we go. I hate this map. I cannot see shit at all. There we go. Okay, this 2 claws broken. That's head broken. Let's try aim for the back. Hi, Breaker. Oh my god, more Breaker. First post on Blue Sky with my boy, so I'm excited. Oh, nice. We need a link to the dragon picture? Yeah, I would be nice to have a link to a dragon picture, no? I can wait for that. I couldn't aim. Oh my god. Runs away again, yeah. It's gonna be a lot of running away from Celsia. Lucky. Lucky. We need a link to the dragon picture on Blue Sky. Never enough dragons. I don't find the loading screen. Oh my god, I cannot react to that. Johnny boys, thank you. They just switch? I'll take it. Oh my god, it's just that hit. There we go. No, I couldn't. They were doing twice. How am I supposed to keep up with that? I even landed a few like stabs in. That one is just mechanically impossible. I don't know how I make that move so consistently. kill it. Oh my god. They even have a Psycho Crusher here. I thought the Psycho Crusher is only in Wilds. I guess I was wrong. Cute tree there. This warned the pause. Let me look at the Tekken. Oh, I have to open up with this one instead. I should log into my account in Google instead of Opera GX. Feels weird. Oh my god, tree dragon! And a lot of moss? Holy crap. Many moss. Many moss. Still being made by Lycan so far. I like the dragon so far as well. Very nice. The tree dragon. With many moss. Thanks for showing. Appreciate. Hi, Sophie. Welcome. Why do I have a feeling that it's dying, even though it wasn't limping? Should I try to capture it? I think it's better to try than accidentally killing it, since the quest requires me to capture it. Let's heal first. Maybe the shade. Heck yeah. Want to see the tree Derek moss? I mean, that tree Derek is probably gonna have a little kobolds on them. Because of moss. Hopefully this works. You jumped over? It's okay, we can wait. We can wait, it's fine. Wait. Oh, so close, you're so close. Your tails are touching it. Your tail is touching it though. Oh, maybe? You are literally touching it! Oh, you're trolling at this point. I'm in disbelief. I'm in disbelief. It's probably gonna run away now. Oh, that has to do it. Yeah, I thought too much. Whoa. Hunter Intuition? Holy shit, I just needed a few more damage. Holy shit, that was kinda cool. That was Hunter Intuition. Wow. I just imagine him sleeping and nearby kobolds coming out of the brush to snake. Hey, count me in, I'm one of them. Even though I like gems more, but if that's like the most I can eat, of course I'm gonna be there. Oh, they got Burn Husk? Tusking. How did I get this? This is rain. Oh, it's bigger. Careful you get caught though. It's okay, I like dragons, it's fine. If I get caught, it will be a free uppies. Free? Oh, free pinning? Yo. It's even better, oh my god. Look, I'm weird, okay? I just like dragons that much. It's the reason why I become a kobold in the first place. I used to be a forest cryptid thing. And then I became a snake. Oh no, wait, no. I was a forest cryptid, and I became a dragon, and I became a snake, and then eventually I decided to be a kobold, and have been sticking with being a kobold. I should get Naga. What? Oh. That's good enough. You have made the bad dragon joke with me before? Ah. Being a dragon and all, that's understandable. Is a +2. Oh. How much saucy do I need to like... Look at Solstice armor, holy shit. Make this one first. No. No. 142. Wow, that's pretty strong. Yeah. My favorite was when someone said I matched the dragon. A dragon matching dragon? Sounds nice. Anything about dragons sounds nice though, so This one feels impossible. If one monster requires about 25 minutes to capture, I don't think I can do all three, and it's just not enough time. Yeah, let's just focus on doing this, it's fine. At some point I kinda want to try Adept Greatsword, but I don't know how that would feel. Okay, 8. Alright, here we go. Second hunt of the day. Alright. Being pet by a new dragon, oh my god. Amazing. Oh. EP dragon? Oh. Let's wake it up. I had to do it. Oh, where am I aiming at? I wish this would play the normal Mizu music. Instead of this generic special permit fight music. Oh, they do it immediately when they do that? Whoa. That was lucky. I guess I was too early with my dodges. What's it doing? Oh. I got milk. This is fun. Oh my god. A part of me match my soul not being a dragon. Do you have any fun questions for me, the new Dirk? Fun questions for new Dirk? I don't know. I mean, I guess one of my fun questions, I don't know if that's fun, but I don't know what you think of kobolds. Do you like, or do you think they're mid, or like, no. What do you think of kobolds in general? How about? Oh, there was a really quick card. Mine now. Oh, I didn't get Sociotail? I think. Oh my god, that was so fast.
Oh my god, what a good girl, simping with those dragons.
Barely dodged the
Kiki,
backflip.
such a good playboy.
Oh, I cannot aim. Simply with those dragons. Oh my god. That's so fast, holy shit. Oh, I'm dead. I think kobolds are great. How dirty do you want me to answer for a scale 1 to 10? How dirty do you want the answer? Dirty? Or like spicy stuff? I mean, so long as it doesn't break the TOS, it should be fine. Let's do a middle. How about that? A good middle 5. So long as it doesn't break the TOS, it should be fine. Don't get banned. But then I did mention there's an 18+ stream, so it should be a little bit more linear with spicy stuff, I would say. Gonna break TOS by streaming my avatar in the nude. Aren't you already... Hi Zeus, aren't you already Yeah, you already... Yeah. Ow. Ow. Guess I'm not dodging that. This one is behaving very weirdly. Yeah, I do that all the time too. I'm always naked. Well, I have a collar and arm warmers. Maybe that's not exactly entirely naked, I would say. Oh, he looks so fast. Ooh, we take those. 1, 2, 1. Okay. The voice very small. Okay. Okay! I like kobolds, the character energies are very fun and the size difference gives you plenty of ideas. Ooh, okay. I like that. That's a neat answer. To be completely honest, size difference wasn't my thing years back, right? Only recently that I found out that I kind of like size difference. It's kind of cool. I mean, now that I'm a kobold, it feels like me being into size difference should be like granted. Since I'm always small, no? Okay, 45 answer. That was a really good answer, thank you. Oh my god, I almost got Psycho Crusher. Size difference is cool, but I don't really enjoy it. And macro. I mean, I guess I'm kind of a macro, you know? Since I'm so small. I should break the call soon. I'm dead. Unless... Oh my god, I almost broke my control for that. Trying to survive by breaking my own controller. Any other questions? These are fun. I have to think about that. I'm not good with asking questions myself, but I guess I can try. Good that I'm not a big Dirk, so probably still huggable size. Yeah. I noticed Draki is not as big as I thought, which is very cool. I mean, any dragons are cool, so I'm not even gonna like compare or anything. Why does the monster think it sends Undertale? Science! Doo-doo-doo-doo. Can flowers grow on your back? Ooh. Yeah, being a tree dragon should be one with nature, I feel like. It's gonna be so pretty and flowery behind, like, almost at all the areas of your dragon. Oh my god, it's slower, I still gonna react to that. Oh my god, I got so lucky. That's one break. That's the left one. Whoa! They can persevere, so I have to hit cannon that the more I stick, the more things I grow. Ooh, okay. I like that. You plant strawberries on your back? Uh-oh. I got lucky. Hey, gamer. Yeah, I have a feeling it's running away. I think that will work. I should give lore for my kobold, but I cannot think of any lore than I exist because I want dragons. Oh, nice. 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 Bam. What? Oh, okay, fine. That was an awkward hitbox. Almost died. Now I died. Oh my god, I survived. No way. Stun? No stun? Okay. Can't really heal unless I do a big move here. Yeah, feeling. How much dragon can you handle? Ooh. Yes? I mean, I always dream of like having multiple dragons around me. I'm a heckin' greedy bold. I'm a very greedy bold. I'm dead. Boom. Shouldn't have healed there, I got greedy. There wasn't my blue skies, my Twitter that only has real life stuff. I used to share in real life stuff on my Facebook many years ago. Now, not anymore. I don't feel comfortable doing or like sharing real life stuff in general. With how much AI is being used everywhere on the internet, I just don't feel comfortable sharing anything in real life now. But then again, personal opinion. If you want to share stuff, feel free. Heck yeah. %90 of Tira's Brainy Dragon. Could be 95, I feel like. You like showing off? Very fitting for a dragon. And Cobalt Light. I love how that's becoming a nose scritch. Trying to make me sneeze? Hmm? I should reposition that a little bit. What? Milk. Hmm? Oh, you're blue. Yeah. Are you sure you're tired? I guess it's not tired. Ooh, juicy 3 hits. Juicy 3 hits. I'm heading over a bit if you need anything, message me. Of course. Thanks for hanging around. It's nice meeting you, Dragon, always. Brekkie is cute. Brekkie is very cute. Oh my god. Breaking free and thinking. Nice to meet Pretty Bubbles. Well, are you Pretty? Thank you. Oh. I break both claws. I should aim for the back. Oh no! Ah, that's not back. I feel like that's neck. Very pretty. I'm gonna cry. Tears of joy. Gosh, I'm still like so not used to like being complimented. Oh my god. I'll slowly accept it. Accepting complimentary important. My brain used to always tell me that people complimenting me is just like trying to like have an ulterior motive. I used to be so paranoid. Now I'm not paranoid anymore, but I'm trying. I will cry tears of joy. Oh, that was a really good hit. Option select, one hit. Did she do it? Nice. Why am I whipping every hit? Oh, it's time to capture. I don't think it's gonna go to sleep yet. Yeah, it's not. It's just spinning. Look at that. It's just spinning. Unfortunate. But it is what it is, it just doesn't want to touch it. I had enough of your fucking shithead. I should wait for it to fall asleep. Yep, there we go. EP Dragon. Oh, I got hit by nothing. Maybe it's the aura. That was a really bad play by me. Watch him dodge. Watch them dodge every single Or not. Big dragon. Big dragon. This is the perfect angle. Oh, today's weather is so nice. It's making me feel like I wanna eat. Helps operating sharpness when it takes out deflected. Sure. I kinda want to order all the gems, but should I though? I want to make a full set of armor of Celsius. Oh yeah, this Lao San Long, I forgot. Fine Black Pearl? Fine Black Pearl, I have 3? We're gonna fight Mizu a lot more. Maybe like 2 or 3 times. What's Fine Black Pearl? Let me Google search for it. Fine Black Pearl. Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate Database? Oh my god! From Hub G1, G2, Daimyo Hamator, Stonefist Hamator, Shogun Senator. So crabs will drop them. Okay. That's easy to like. That's easy to. Yeah. Let me do this real quick. Don't crash. Oh, I thought it's gonna crash. Oh shit. Okay, here we go. Good luck, Master Legend Ultimate. Thank you, Sorrow. Also, thanks for the lurk. Ooh. Stamina Drain Crisis. I guess we can give it a try. I think we just change the weapon here. Great Sword. I might be able to upgrade this sword. Meltspar Iodrome. Aw. Seven Paw Print stamp. Oh my god. Ultimus Crystal. Ancient Blade. It's a dragon element? Elder Dragon Blood. Aw. 250, 260. This one plus defense and affinity 30%. Same affinity. No white sharpness though. This is a little bit spicy. But it has plus a little bit of defense, so for that I kinda want to change it. This one. Moonbreaker. Oh, it's Rage Slash. If you get using this art, you sort of hit and they execute a deadly counter attack. Yeah, it's a Rage Slash. Hi, Carnine. Ooh. Yeah, let's try this one. We're in desert. Uh-oh. Thank goodness I checked. I need cold drink. There. Right, here we go. But in the desert, there are the monsters. I love the crab cakes, but these daimyo Hamato, these... This might be closer if I go there. Oh, I'm cold here. Oh no. I don't know if coming here is like faster. It's okay. I'm gonna reach there anyway. It's fine. Faster, slower, whichever works. Bleh. It's fine. Bleh. Bleh. What is it doing? What? Whoa. Ooh, that feels pretty cool. Oh. It's like a small combo for it. Oh. What? Dang it. I'm doing it. Wow. He's good, man. I love Great Sword. Let's deal with this guy. It's gonna be painful with a Great Sword, but I sure as hell can try. So painful dealing with this guy with a Great Sword. Oh, the crab is back. I don't have the coolest music ever anymore. I blame the crab. Gentle is such an ankle biter? Yeah, exactly. Whoa, that was way too early. Nice whiff. What a hit. I'm chasing down Gendrum for now. Gendrum is like honorary kobold. Oh, Velocidrum, Gendrum, Iodrum. They're like honorary kobold title. Ayo. That was fast. Whoa. Ow. Oh. Wow, they kinda hurt though. That was kinda scary. Oh my god. Oh my god. Looks like you're almost dead. Yeah, there we go. Let's capture this guy. Let's capture this little guy. Hug breaky. Hug very nice. They're so fast. I'm guessing this is where you sleep. These are gonna be cancers. Okay, I put it in. Okay. Well, that was painful. Such cuties here. Hey, that also means Peter is pretty cute. Dragon cute. Oh, that greatsword is kind of fun. It's not as devastating as Valor greatsword, but Valor without the Valor gauge is it's painful. What? What? It's a grab. I'll help Kitty. Here comes the big one. Yamaki Zhangho. You were grabbing and then you're just running away? What kind of bullshit is that? Here we go. I didn't think it's gonna hit. What? Oh my god, that's so weird. How is it not a fucking hit? And Crab's going crazy now. Way too early. Ooh, nice hits. Finally, love that. So fast. Oh. I'll take it. I don't. Oh my god. Oh my god. I love it when the crab does 10,000 tiny hits and then it just stuns you. 10,000 tiny hits. God damn it. Where's that? Not even close. Not even close. Easy survival. Yeah, it should be up there. I think that's 7. Yeah, that's 7. Okay. And then the big one. Bitch. Wait. Wait, thank you, Abstros, I guess? Way too early. Okay, it just didn't want to count. They're like, oh, let me just delay the hit, it's fine. Oh. Whoa. Oh, you're almost there. How? I don't like playing Greatsword, it's so slow. That's fair. I just sort of like all kinds of different melee weapons, so long if it's melee, I like it. I'm a weird bold. I like getting up close and personal with monsters. I want to do something weird. One of its claws is still not broken, so I kind of want to like do one big charge hit and then capture it. That's the plan anyway. Alright, let's give it a try. You should do Dollblade or Sword and Shield. Both are fun options, heck yeah. Sword and Shield is more versatile, Dollblade is more like aggressive. I like both. Alright, one beacon on this claw. If it doesn't break, we capture it. That's why you try it. That is why you always try to hit them before capturing it. If there are any unbroken parts anyway. That was cool. Calculated. The famous PvP game Capture the Crab. Capture the Crab. There we go. I got a bird wyvern gem. Oh my god, I 22 bird wyvern gem. What the heck? Oh. Hey. Bird. Oh. I like that wave. King of all meat pie. Oh, supplier? They were for skew. Steve, I can wait. Nice, we got the supplier. Mega demon drug? I kinda wanna try something. Radiant Spike Plus. Aww. I want some like poison element weapon so that maybe the hunt could be a little bit faster, question mark? I guess we can try Brimstone Slash on Snowseer. I got one extra. Oh my god. That's good. Hi, Bread Talk. Oh my god, Tekken. Hello. More Tekken. It's pretty much the same anyway. 10 less damage but 30% more, or plus 32 more defense. Maybe Sentinel is not bad. Yeah, let's try fighting Solskjaer with Great Sword. I don't know how that's gonna work. I'm a little bit scared, but I think it should be fine. Maybe. You make it a try. Also, how Bread Talk is doing good. Draken. Actually, give me a second. I wanna look at something real quick. I could. I do kinda crave a little bit of a drink. It's been a long time since I last had drink. Or like beverage, so to speak. I am, thank you. Hey, good to know. Hope you too. Other than feeling mega EP for some reason, I'm feeling pretty okay. Maybe I shouldn't. Alright, let's fight Solskjaer. Should be fine, I feel like. I'm still thinking about this. Might be weird for me, but I'm still thinking about me being told that I'm a pretty bold. Never in my life would I expect to be praised for being pretty. That always makes me super happy. Alright, here we go. Triple? Oh, that was Dum Dum. Oh, this is way faster than I thought. But you are indeed. Oh, hi Jameson. What the heck? I cannot react to that. It's so fast. Whoa. Oh, Jameson is doing good. I'm dead. I didn't expect it to do twice. Great Toy is a little bit hard to control. Oh. Oh, they whiffed. I wonder if I can cancel that. Or like make the move come out early. Can I just aim? Oh. Well, hope being here helps a little bit. Recognize so many of these moves. The goddamn tail nuke? Yeah, apparently it came from this game. I didn't even know. Oh, it came from Soulseer, not necessarily this game. I think Soulseer appears earlier than this game, I feel like. I could be wrong though. Gargantuano? Imagine running away twice in a row. only by souls here. I think the attack is still like very tough to hit. Yeah. Aduh, nak yamai, I cannot hit anywhere. I cannot hit anywhere. This is unfortunate. I can roll. Wow. Oh, hi Chip. Wow. No, I cannot cancel it. Oh my god, this is the shittiest skill ever. It takes 10 years to like charge all. Oh, why is it suddenly fire? Even if I did a that dodge, I just couldn't hit them. They're way too fast. I'm gonna let you go to appointment. Hope Cowboy and Chat will have fun stream. Thank you, Chip, and good luck with appointment. Thanks for stopping by. Might as well do it here. I broke something. Anyway. Maybe I should have rolled towards when they're doing that move. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. One roar runs away. It's gonna be a long fight. Great Sword is... I cannot believe I'm saying this, but Great Sword is kinda bad against Mizu. Even though I did a dodge like that, the adept dodge, the follow-up I just couldn't hit them. Oh. I'm doing it. Ooh! I almost died from it. I think I took all the little bubble hits and all the big hits as well. Ooh. That was a bad dodge. That was a good hit. Okay. Ow. Focusing you read that a lot because you get iframe. Yeah. I mean, I know that a lot because I know that feeling a lot because on Rise I always play Rage Slash on Greatsword, And I always get immediately stunned because of me tanking every hit. Which is stupid but very cool as well. Worth. Slowly getting used to the greatsword adept dodge now. It's so unconventional. I have to dodge away from the monster. Dodge away and then rushes back in to deal with like to deal with the rush in charge times. It's weird, but if I can get used to it, it could be really good. Way better than Valor. Valor Greatsword is fine, but without Valor, it's just so painful to play Greatsword. I'll take it. Very expected. If it's not trying to power up its tail, I cannot cut the tail. When the tail is quite like this, I cannot hit them. Associate runs away way too much, I swear. I swear, come on, man. I should have just went for the hind legs. What? Way too early. That's one break. It was in the water. That was a guarantee hit. Couldn't dodge that one. I couldn't heal. Every hit is directed at me now. Yeah. Every single hit is directed at me, I couldn't heal. So the bubbles, right? Sometimes it's super duper fast, sometimes it's super duper slow. I don't think it's a 50-50, but I can't tell when it does what. Maybe it's like when it's going to maybe it's like the burst bubble. When it's not then it's gonna be normal bubble. Only guessing, but feels like that might be it. I'm gonna love it when I'm being targeted for 10 years when there's 2 other kitty just walking around not doing anything. It is the nature of Monster Hunter, it happens. Wow, that hurt. Oh, so now it's the bursting bubble? I broke something. I hit the tail. I'm dead. Runs away again. I landed a handful of hits. My sharpness is still at blue, runs away. So weird. Then why do they keep running away? There we fucking go, finally. It's so annoying to deal with. Oh, at the bat tail. There's one hungry dragon. Hi, Green. Oh, feels good. A good solid hit? I love it. In fact, how many do we get? Oh! Barely did it, but I think I broke almost all the parts. Except for the back, obviously, but I can't do it. I think this is not the EP place. Might be enough time, come on. Or not. Oh, they went back. Oh, GG, goodbye trap. Never again. They are not touching this. And they're gonna run away now. And bye-bye. So many trolling going on. Oh, kitty, fly. Whoa. Oh my god, water orb? Got the shiny? I do have a very weird thought here. Do I even dare? Do I even dare using Lens against Mizu? Sosia? I don't want to just keep using one single weapon against Sosia. I want to try something else. Ashby plays. Route. Thank you, Green. Also, thank you. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Rate message. If we're gonna rate message, it's okay. That's a rate message. Hi, everyone. Welcome. I'm Tiara. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. welcome, welcome. Hope all of you are doing good. What? Wow. What were you playing? Art? Ooh. How was art? Hi, Bow Boy. Hi, Loboranto. Oh no, raid message. I love how there's so many different raid messages here. Crowron, hi. Gleonger, hi. Ash does awesome art. We'll look into it someday. It's funny how I like looking at art streams, but when it comes to me doing art stream, I'm just so lazy. Hi Radar. Ashes of hi. I'm sorry if I butchered your name. Sorry. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. But of course, if any of you need any post-stream care, get some food, get some drink, get some rest, definitely do them. It's very important. Thanks again for the raid. I'm just here sort of farming in Monster Hunter Generation Ultimate, so I'm farming Soul Seer Mizu and trying out a bunch of different weapons as well. Alright, I'm trying. This is probably gonna be so stupid, but I'm trying out Lens against Soul Seer. It's gonna be so painful. What? How do I get there? Oh wait. Well, I got two at least. Hi Ash. Welcome, Kobo friend. Hope Ash is doing good. Lanes? I have Valhalla. Upon a successful block, raises your attack higher than tier 1. Raises your shield to block an incoming attack. When doing so, the power of the hit will be absorbed, raising your attack. Risky to use, but the more powerful the blow, the more your attack will increase. Isn't this free? Sure. I think one more time, then maybe I can build the entire armor set. I hope. Maybe. Hey, here we go. It's just a lot of Soul Seer simping this stream, I feel like. I think I just unlocked Soul Seer a few days ago that I was playing a little bit. It's like, ooh, hey, there's Soul Seer. And then I started farming it now. Chicken. For some reason, the bytecode noise made me think it was a dying Pikmin? Non-dying Pikmin? Alright, do I have a big hit? No, I don't. Maybe I do? No, okay. Oh, white sweep it is. Oh, right, double. I'm... Just let the poor Misu sleep. I know, but... If there's a Monster Dater instead of Monster Hunter, I'll play the fuck out of that game. I would date monster instead of hunting them. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, that's gonna whiff. How do they keep whiffing? Oh my god, that's so fast. Oh my god, Kitty. Oh. Whoa. Monster Hunter? It says reverse scenario. Oh my god. Holy. Monster Laid. Yeah, I don't think you can jump that far. Well? I want to be laid by the monster instead. Well, in this game's universe anyway. Oh, thanks for... Did you just... Oh. Oh. Ooh. Herb? Nice. Running away already. I'm too obsessed with the dreaded V word. V? I'm not too sure what's the dreaded V word. Think about what Celeste is obsessed with. Oh, Vor? I think that's what Celeste is obsessed with, right? That's one break. That breaks. Right, this is second hit. Ooh, you almost died. That was a 2-hit. I know. Voice by Edward Reed by Marshall in my reference, people kept putting out Snake Ball 4 and I got uncomfortable because the aim my thing. Oh. Yeah, if it's your thing and then people just like sort of force it on you, it's very uncomfortable. I understand. I guess And like stereotypes sometimes can be funny, but when being forced onto someone who isn't into it, it's just To me personally, I'm like I guess I'm like neutral towards 4. Oh, I went the wrong way. Like, I'm okay with it, but if I have a chance to not participate in it, I won't. That kind of feeling. I know most people don't like it, so I don't tend to mention it. I appreciate that. That's real nice. Ow. We take those. I mean, I guess Lens already have like the 6 poke before Wild. I don't mind if people like it. I just got tired of being stereotyped, like Tara said. Yeah, I get that too. I mean, I'm a kobold, so I get that sometimes, but I feel like it's not as harsh as Snake gets them or Naga. Right. It doesn't help that I love rats though, my little babies. It's a coincidence. It's precious though, knowing that you love rats so much. It's amazing. What? Oh, free. Oh. That was a bit fast. Oh, it's instant. This. Ooh. I used my enrage guard. You see that? I was guarding and I died. Alright. I mean, they did say the stronger the attack that is blocked, the more damage is gonna up. I guess the game doesn't allow that. Or maybe it's because that hit does 2 hits. I don't know, but all I know is that there was bull crap. There was bull crap. There was crappy crap. Here we go. Using Lance against Solstier is not as bad, actually. I have no mobility, but most of the time when Mizu just like engages, and then I can block the attack and then punish after, quite consistently. Because they got close to the range and I can just punish them very easily. Most of the time anyway. Whoa. Unfortunate. Free. Boop. I kind of want to play Tetris 99 a little bit after. Tetris playing with blocks. Finally, I was waiting for this. Whoa. Okay. Thanks for killing me, Ludroth. Ooh, lucky. It's a 2-hit. Ah, that makes a little sense now. That's a 2-hit. Hopefully after this hunt I might be able to make all the Soulseer armor, I hope. That's one. That's two. That must have that might nothing. Going in. Oh. I know it. I think it's limping? No, it's not. I lied to myself. I'm using lens. Why did I think that it's limping? It's not gonna do as much damage as the other weapons. It could, but I'm not like a lens specialist. Or any weapon specialist for that matter. I don't think I use any weapon as like a main. I could have played with that still. Ooh, second one. Oh, there we go. Oh, I thought I didn't get the tail. EP Dragon. I'm also EP. What? I guess I came here too early. You are kidding! How did you whiff that? How did you not touch this? Well, that was extremely weird. There were two instances. Two instances where it should hit, but it didn't. Hey, it's the power of souls here, Mizu, I guess. Lens is kinda tough. I still love Lens though. Lens is like, if I want to have a safe fight, most of the time I'll just go with Lens. That was 29 minutes. 29 minutes for a hunt. That's fine, I guess. 29 minutes is like average. Even though 25... Yeah, 25 minutes is like half time. Yeah, let's go check. Nice. Oh no, I need Mizu's shard. Way. Angry cobalt noises, I can't believe it. They're so close. One Mizu shard away. Really? Really, really, really? Oh. Oh. Ooh, Najarala. That's pretty good. Alright. Guess I'm finding one more time. Alright. What do we play? Do I dare try Doorblade again? I never tried Adept Doorblade, no? Because Valor Doorblade feels pretty good. Oh. 220, 260. Oh my god. Oh. It's the furry. Oh my god, look at the beam. It's the furry weapon. I used to play a lot of Switch X, I think. Can I check my status? I think it's guild card, right? Guild card. Yeah, this one. I used a lot of Gunlands. I used a lot of Switch X as well, yeah, I remember. A shit ton of Great Sword because it's a lot easier to use. Take a picture of Breki. Let's try Switch X, why not? $220, $150, Soulbreaker, $190, $220. Any Switch X I can upgrade maybe? I think this one is good enough. Yeah, let's use a relic one. Keep it sealed, kind of a dangerous now. Stronger, but the switch gauge depletes over time. I can try this one. I think I was using Demon Riot a lot. Alright, let's try Switch X. I have Valor, so I have some defensive capabilities. A little bit. Alright. Hopefully one more hunt with Soulseer and I can make a full armor set out of it. Okay, here we go. I need to remember how to play Switch X. Ooh. The Switch X, the Swags. Swags best X? True. Oh yeah, it's this. because it's Valor. Right, okay. I think it's coming back to me now, which is nice. Sweet. It's gonna be EP. Oh, I'm sad now. I'm just gonna hit it. Wow. Oh my god. Oh no, what? Is that Phantom hitbox? I was at its side. That was a Phantom hitbox, unfortunate. I hate Phantom hitboxes. They don't make sense. It's like the tail is supposed to be the hurt, right? And then I'm at its body and I still get hit. It's like, stupid. Don't like it. Switch X might not be it, but it's hard to say. It's always very in the game, usually filled with great ones. Yeah. It is Monster Hunter. It's okay though. I like Monster Hunter. bit nervous. Man, I have Valor Gauge and I have Demon Riot and it just runs away. This is also why I hate playing Valor though. It's like every time I have the Valor Gauge, they run away. Yeah, I wanted it. And it's gone. At least I get to abuse it for a little bit. Oh, bad idea. That's a loading screen. I had to. That's death right there. Right. Oh no. And off he goes. Wow, I have the Valor Gauge. Ooh. Using Valor pissed me off so much. I should not be using Valor anymore. Nothing. Oh my god. Right. When I have the chance, 10,000 things happening. Unfortunate. I mean, what can I do? I should try out anything other than Valor Switch X. What am I even thinking? And then it's gone. I forgot they still take a lot of health. Did you just do a delayed one? It's okay, I just got it. I need to leave you an angry fight by finally getting tired after probably 24 hours. 24 hours plus a week. Good luck and take care. Of course. Go rest, go rest. Thanks for hanging around, Brain. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'm not gonna use Valor Switch X anymore. Lesson learned. Instant. I got lucky. Right, I forgot that's a fast one. Oh, I guess Feather Stance doesn't work anymore. Man, I fight so shitly with Switch X. Wow, what a miracle. Valor Gauge runs away. Funny joke. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, should have figured that was aiming for me. Did they just stop there? Okay. I must be getting schizo now. And runs away. And there goes my gauge. My god, and am I the worst Switch X player in existence? Holy shit. I should not be using Switch X. I should be banned for doing this. And it's gone. It was nice while it lasted. It's gonna take 45 minutes for me to beat this Souls here. Okay. GG. Of course they'll do it instant there. It's not that I'm greedy just now. What is this? I'm gonna die anyway. The 2 potions not gonna like help much there, even if I like recover and then heal. Oh, that's 3. I'll just eat all 3 of them because I don't want them to like flood my item box bar too much. There, some first aid med. Last death. Not much I can do here, but keep trying, I guess. I broke the head, I broke the tail. Pretty sure I didn't break the claws at all since all my attacks, pretty much 50% of my attacks are getting deflected, so fun. That hits. I figured that's why I did the better stance. How weird. A tired Mizu has been attacking non-stop and now it's pissed again. Why is it only when I play the weapons I'm not good at that the monster starts to do a lot of like different bullshit? Yes, sir. That's death. Right, they can do that after that, I forgot. Still, this feels like absolute dog shit. I'm just not good with switch axe. Half an hour, got nothing out of it. Great. That could have been nice. And then my dumb brain just be like, oh, play Switch Axe. Yeah, that's, look at where they got me. Adept hammer? I would not be able to cut tail though if I use hammer. I don't really trust longsword in this game. I feel longsword doesn't really have any like defensive capabilities. I mean, sure, adept can have like a perfect dodge, but the follow-up of the perfect dodge for longsword is just not that good. 260, 190 with fire. I'll try longsword. Hopefully I won't get as pissed as I'm using switch axe. Never using Valor again, it's like too dependent on the Valor gauge, and then whenever there's Valor gauge happening, monster just runs away, wastes almost like 1/3 of the gauge, so it's like ugh. Draining life at an even faster rate in exchange for Ferocious power. Temporary boost in attack power. Your health will continue to drain but can be restored by landing hits. Completely clear your mind, letting you unleash a devastating counterattack upon a successful parry. For a burst of spirits, you swing your blade to fuse to the max, allowing you to use spirit that takes while depleting the gauge. Stays and max for a longer period of time. Spirit gauge stays max for even longer period of time than tier 2. I mean, I guess I have adapt. I have like the perfect dodge. Oh yeah, there's no sword level in this one, I think. Yeah, there's no sword level. So I guess I can try Critical Juncture. More... I mean, more defensive capabilities is always good, no? Okay, let's try again. I mean, I wanted to play Tetris 99, but I guess not anymore after that. I want the full set armor. The full armor set, I mean. I want it. Yeah, I should drink. Need to calm down from that. Thank you, Brecky. Feels very different. Oh, it's a spirit reckoning. I got lucky. Oh, there is what level? Wait, what? Maybe I should do Spirit Blade after. Ooh, that was instant. Here we go. Man, sword level is so hard to get here. The only, well, I mean, so far I know that the only way to get sword gauge is to do a that dodged into triangle to spirit reckoning. Yeah, I mean that's the only way I know. Maybe there's some other ways that I can do it as well. Maybe. Because after Spirit Blade 3, there's nothing else as follow-up other than Fate Slash. Hmm? That was cool. I'll take it. There's no Spirit Blade follow-up. Whoa. I'm being forced to wake up. I'm being forced to dodge all of those. That was funny. We survived that one though. Don't know how, but I'll take it. Oh. That longsword feels really, really good. Chicken. Already green. Unlucky? Lucky? That longsword feels really good against Sosia. I don't know how it is against the other monsters for now, but so far that longsword feels clean. It feels very clean. If only my gameplay is cleaner, then it would be very nice. Maybe I should train this one a little bit. Why not? Didn't dodge in time. Oh, this was too early of the dodge. Is it eating again? Wow. I think their claws are not soft at all. Yeah. Runs away after softening their claws. Oh. Very often this one runs away. Could be because my damage is insane here, but it's hard to say. That worked. Also, I just realized Longsword in this old version has very bad roll time. Like, it's really slow recovery and stuff. Interesting to see too, because in World, Longsword has like the best roll ever. Ah, that was a bad try. Don't know why I tried that. Oh. Yeah, I had a feeling. Softening their claw and then runs away. Very weird, but okay. Yeah, this one runs away a lot more often than I use other weapons. Am I doing a lot of damage to it? Is Longsword still the GOAT even in the old games? That one might not be as worth. Whoa, that was a lot faster than I thought. What? Bitch never limp, what do you mean? This little shithead doesn't limp and then you're telling me they're already weak? What in fuck's name? What? So I was right on doing a lot of damage again. What the fuck? Longsword is OP? That was only like 20 minutes. What the fucking fuck? I didn't... Should I be happy? This is like what? A situation where it's like, thank you, fuck you, fuck you, I guess? Like... What? And I also didn't realize Critical Juncture is gonna do so much damage against it. Okay, be careful when using this weapon then. And also about 20 minutes mark. Yeah, about 20 minutes mark, then try to look at it before hitting more. Because holy fuck, I didn't realize that it's almost dead. They never limp though. Like, what the hell? That's pretty good. Wow, I didn't know that little shithead can die this fast. That was like 20-minute hunt. Slay the monster by mistake. Holy shit. They never limp, how would I know? And there's literally zero tail on that. They're already weak. Zero tail, I'm telling you. Cannot believe it, I killed that thing. I guess longsword is still the goat. Even in the old games, like holy shit, the amount of damage that it's doing is crazy. Alright, wake up. I was in recovery. Huh. Recovery. Aww. And 2 times now the spirit reckoning traded. away. Cannot aim properly. Whoa. Is there not a weak spot? The tail? I guess it's only the tail tip. Yeah, it's only a tail tip. So the way that Slowseer runs away is dependent on the amount of damage that I do? It's not time-based? Maybe that's like the tail, you know, like... Is it close to dying? Is it not close to dying? It doesn't limp, but... After how many times of running away, maybe I can capture it. Recovery. Oh. Another jump? No, see? Runs away again. This is... Yeah, this is very abnormal, I would say. I'm gonna assume it's because of the damage that I've been doing to it is like massive. Recovery. I'm taking all the backflip hits because of recovery. Recovery from Spirit Reckoning. Definitely not normal. A few hits runs away though. Maybe I'm doing insane damage here. I broke tail twice in a row. Oh my god, Penny Dragon! Muffin! It's been a while, Muffin, oh my god. And then I've been spoiled, oh my god. Hi, Ixon. Hi again, Bracky. Hi, Muffin. And thank you, Evie. Slime Rancher too. Ooh. How was the slime ranching? Hope stream was good. I can do this too. Oh, not anymore. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. I'm farming things in Monster Hunter. Very cozy? Nice. Good to know. I don't know if me playing Monster Hunter it counts as cozy. I don't think so, but I enjoy playing Monster Hunter. Welcome in everyone from Muffin. I'm Tiora. I'm a couple. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits, and I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. I saw you guys were playing a little bit of Archipelago, and then before I went to stream, I saw you guys were doing a little bit of that, and then yeah, and then I'm playing Slime Rancher too. Hi Carix, hi Zuri. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. I accidentally slayed this thing, so I failed the quest just now. And now I'm trying to do it over again. I didn't realize, but the game might be a little on the louder side, I feel like. There. Hopefully that helps a little bit. And a nice little tuning AP, which worked well because there were an onslaught of foxes in chat. Oh, that's kinda cute. I'm glad you had fun with Archipelago. I'm trying to farm Solstier Mizu. Is there like an airborne... Oh yeah, also... Oh, there is. If you need any like post-stream care. Ooh. Any post-stream care. Get some food, get some drink, get some rest. And definitely go do them. Very important. Gonna go prepare for bed. Have I not dying? I'll try. And Kobo will heck and try. I think the supply... Yeah, the supply is not even here yet. Have good EP as well, Muffin. Thank you. I guess I am doing crazy damage against the Solstier with a longsword. I need to soften the claw so that I can break it. That was fast. Oh. That's one. Nice. That counts, I'll take it. Oh, it was too early. I got so lucky. Ooh. Oh. Can you believe the old version of Longsword also had this loop? Nice. Just gonna get all of these while it's tired. Ooh. Yeah. It's not limping, it's not limping. Just gonna be careful not to kill it this time. Ooh. Oh no. Unfortunate. Ooh. Nice. I don't know if I have to chill out currently. It feels like I've been doing a lot of damage here, but maybe it's not there yet. Recovery. Oh. I learned so much of its move now. Yeah, it's safe to say that it's still far from being dead. Yeah, it's not limping. Okay, okay, it's not limping. As long as I don't kill it, then it should be fine. Alright, hopefully we can do it this time. Oh. Eh. Yeah, I'm a little scared now, actually. Okay, I'm so glad I stopped. So it is about 20 minutes. Yeah, longsword is just really strong then. Because the other weapons, it would take like half an hour to be able to capture it, right? Longsword, about 20 minutes. Just gonna wait for it to fall asleep. Okay. Oh, did I not take... Oh, I didn't have it. Oh, are you not asleep? You were roaring. Did you want to kill those gargoyles before you EP? Ow. Okay. Nice. Take it. Nice. I guess longsword is still the goat even in the old games, huh? Surprised. I'm so surprised, actually. Oh, Ancient Shard. Shooting star, I'll take it. That was 22 minutes. Yeah, longsword is really fucking fast. Holy shit. Yay, maybe I can make the full set now. I only left with the lakes, so... Oh, I need Mizu shard. What? I have Soul Seer shard. I just need Mizu. Oh my god, I'm stupid. Well, this is gonna be fun and easy. Alright, let's go find a Soul Seer block. Let's go find a Mizu real quick. This one. Yeah, I couldn't win against this one. Like, I only repelled it, but I cannot kill this thing. Maybe it's almost impossible doing it alone. I don't know. What I know about longsword is it's always been the king of DPS. I guess, yeah. It sure didn't feel as good when I used it before. Maybe I was using Valor, that's why. Never again using Valor. No Valor for me. At least now we can listen to Mizu's music. Instead of that generic deviant music. Oh, jungle. I'm only really familiar with in Wilds and maybe in the Rise, but in those two it's a Counter King? Yeah, it is. In the old games, or like this one, or in... I played many version. I played Frontier. I think Frontier is like very, very different. Frontier... Well, I don't think I can count Frontier in, because Frontier, every weapon is fucking correct. Oh, give me a second. Like, very correct. In Frontier, every weapon can be drawn, and you can run with your weapon drawn. And while running, you can have different movesets as well. Frontier is crazy. Frontier is really crazy. I really love Frontier. But it's way too difficult and too many one-shots. Oh, I miss this music so much. Holy shit. Why am I not getting hit at all? Big bubble. It's so good. I love the music. Oh my god. Interesting riff. No. Ui. Oh yeah, different bubble attack, I forgot. Oh, double. It's okay, heal. I want this. Don't hit it. Higher. It's mine now. That was way too close. Like, why not play this when I was fighting the souls here? Same goes for Silverwind Narga as well. Like, I'd rather listen to this than that heckin' Deviant music. Got him! I didn't get hit. How the hide the book. Oh, even when you are not angry, you can do it twice. Oh no! Kidia so nice. No. Oh, anak ko. Misu is so pretty. Yeah. Like, if I can smooch, I would so smooch a Misu. Oh my god. Rather than like fighting against a Misu. I'm sorry. I wanna smooch. Even the music is like so perfect. Hey. Simping? I have to. I have to. Mizu too pretty. Oh my god, what a snipe. Did you just... Mizu can do that? Mizu can do the... I don't know, Mizu can do the ape jump? What? That was crazy. There was the Blakakoka jump. And the Rajang area leaving as well. And leaping. What if there's Malzeno in Wilds? Oh my god. I mean, there's still a chance, right? Because there would be like a huge expansion for DLC. Don't do it. Did I just riff? Hey! That was chaotic. Ooh. Wow, after fighting Solskjaer for 2 days, Mizu is pretty easy to manage. There's like zero stress fighting against Mizu. It's so different. Oh, that was an aim for me, unfortunate. Shouldn't have tried that. Ooh, lucky. I thought Milk's gonna save me. Oh, that was aim for me. Whoa. That's good. Yeah, it did the jump again. Well, that was very cool to see. Also, it's getting dark. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's getting dark, and then it's not. I didn't even realize it's not sure. It's not really like my face. Oh, do I not have this? Give me a second. This one, boom. Yeah. Then this one. Oh. Hopefully that helps. Yeah, there were a few times where my camera just doesn't capture my face anymore. It's getting dark. Whoa. Whoa. Milk! That was a terrible moment to save me there, Milk. What a big jump. Did it jump to 5? Not even 6, that's 5, I think. Yeah, that's 5, that's 5. Holy shit, that's far. That's a huge jump. Yep, it is 5. Oh, they already took it? Oh, I did. Yeah. The dragon EP noises. And then back to EP. Oh, hi, Mama Lady. Welcome. Cutie putty. Oh, Marmalade is doing good. Oh my god. That's the tiniest Mizu? Oh my god. Alright, now we can make the full set armor. And Kobo gonna look so cool, oh my god. This is... Oh. You're too precious for your wave? Oh. I'm just waving. Making breakfast, so I'll be right back. Of course. Take your time, make breakfast. Hope you have nice breakfast too. Alright, we have this. Oh, lower defense? Oh, I haven't upgraded this one. Oh my god, I made two. What? I had two Soulseer Folds? Yo! Oh my god, I look so cool. Ooh, that's good. Yeah, that's too much. Oh, that works. Okay. Not a single one has like a lot of decoration slots. Can I upgrade these? Ah, there. But I need to redistribute this. Thanks for the head pet. Eh? What the? Thank you, me. Skills that cover your body in bubbles when evading. Your evasive ability increases when covering these bubbles. Oh. Compound skills that simultaneously trigger two or more skill. What? That doesn't say anything. I have to go Google for this. God dang it. Alright, give me a second. Masante Generation Ultimate. Masante Associate Skill. My PC's dying from loading everything. That's a cute emo. Oh my god. Celsius Tianyan combines the effect of Critical Eye plus 3 and Challenger plus 1. Oh my god, what? Challenger plus 1 as well? When large monster area becomes angry. Yeah, oh my god, okay. So that's Solstier. And then we have Nimbleness. Nimbleness. It's Acrobat, right? Acrobat. Acrobat combines the effect of Constitution plus 1 and Evasion plus 1. So Constitution is more... Constitution is used less stamina, and then Evasion is more evade window. That's really fucking good. So now that I already have crit plus 3, then there's no need to anymore. Unless they stack, which I don't think they do. Oh. Oh, they don't have decoration slots. Oh no, they don't have decoration slots. Is it time to use Psycho Serum again? I guess. It was nice while it lasted. Oh wait, no, I can still have it. Yeah, I have detect, but no... Detect, but not auto track. Unfortunate, but it's fine. They... Alright, we do one more quest. And then I'm probably gonna call it a day. It's getting dark here. Actually, I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick then. Give me a few seconds. Okay, I'm back. Cool. I'll eat this one. Nice. All of them. I guess we can try getting Astalos. G-rank Astalos might be very scary. We're gonna fight this button dragon. Ruin Pinnacle. I don't think it needs any hot or cold drink. Yeah, it should be fine. Alright, here we go. Astalos is really cool. I love Astalos. Not as much as I love Mizu though. Not as much as I love Malzeno. Malzeno number 1. I guess the tech only happens for a bit? Oh. Oh yeah, it's gonna happen for a bit only. Or whoa. Oh yeah, I forgot how cool your music is, holy shit. Ooh, never seen that one before. Oh. Oh, with the tail. Okay, okay. Guarantee stun. Oh, right, you do that. Oh. Okay. I thought it's gonna be an instant slam to the ground, but the fact that it just flies on the air for a little bit before slamming down is kinda funny. And also fucked up my timing. Usually it would just like go straight down, but no, it just fucking slowly flies down. Well, I was ill prepared for this. Man, no auto tracking feels kinda painful. There we go. Oh, nice. I don't know why you didn't want to get up at the first place. Oh. Oh. So when the tail hit, it would be a paralyze. I still cannot get the timing. Step and then 1 second out. Okay. Thanks, Konga. Oh my god. Well, G-Rank Astalos is very, very crazy. I should have prepared more with max potions at least. Yeah, I mean, with any quest right now after G-Rank, I should probably get 2 max potions always. For the sake of like, if I feign like this, and then I can always have maximum health to fight against monsters still. It's still a little bit early. Too late. What? I thought you were gonna aim for left side. Should have run straight forward. Oh, non-stop, this guy, non-stop. There is literally zero downtime with his attacks. Holy shit. Is this Frontier? Am I playing Frontier now? With GU moveset? Oh shit. I guess I'm playing Frontier with GU's moveset. That was crazy. Many pip. I think I still have 2 paintball. Yeah, should be fine. What's not fine is my health. Should have brought max potion. I cannot take. I cannot count that. Hi again, Jameson. Oh. I will drink later. Uh-oh. I tried to dodge the tail hit. That was dumb. Yeah, there's no chance. Stun? Music is epic out of 10. Yeah, Monster Hunter music never misses, to be honest. Monster Hunter music just great. Oh, supply hasn't arrived yet. I think it's 15 minutes in? Yeah, 15 minutes.
A reminder that you are precious to us. You are beautiful and you are cute and are indeed a very good girl. Pat pat.
I'm precious? Wow. Thank you, Evie. Oh, I thought that's gonna hit me. Unfortunate. Oh wait, if the right one hits, I should go to the right still. Finally. Oh my god, he topples for 2 seconds literally. Sad. Dodge. Okay! Beautiful, that was beautiful. And the tail, that was absolutely beautiful. We love that, we love that. That's what I need. Timing. That was way too late. I got lucky. Oh, I cannot aim. What? So, lightning and then about 1 second? That's so hard to react to though. And then that will always aim to its right. Yeah, just rushes in. Uh-oh. His name is Milk, yeah. Is anyone trying to catch a bus? When I'm trying to run away, yeah. Oh, I didn't use the paintball, I forgot. Hi, yeah. I'm so not used to not having auto tracker. Alright, I have Psycho Serum. Oh, it went up, okay. Hi, Classical Tone. Let's see if we can perfect dodge. Yeah, there's 6 different styles we can play. I'm playing Adept. Adept has this perfect dodge thing. It's risky, but it's really good. Especially on Longsword. It doesn't take away too much of your moveset, and then you can still, like, have a good defensive option. Get out of here. This thing doesn't topple. I mean, it does, but for 2 seconds. We take those. Wait, Milk? Hi Nina. How goes the monster hunting? It's pretty okay. I got the Soulseer armor now. That's one down. but it's starting to aim for the wings. Okay. They should have to delay that a lot. Okay. I'm learning, I'm learning. Oh, yeah, like that. It was so slow. Dang, I can definitely react to that. Cool map? Heck yeah, Generations Ultimate has a lot of cool stuff. Like a lot of cool stuff. Oh, let me see that. I'm running away. You can perfect dodge everything. If you have the timing for it, yeah. It's strict, but it's also not too strict. That's why Adapt is really good. And since I have evasion +1, it's gonna make perfect dodging a little bit easier.
Oh no!
Well, thank you. Don't go. I did not paintball. Oh, the detect skill is like happening. Okay, okay. I remember to throw paintball. Oh, life without auto tracking is so painful. Oh, I'm like a noble woman, just like sad noble noises. No privilege of auto tracking. Don't do it. What? Unfortunate. They whiffed. Tail. Oh! Very delayed. Tail. Ooh. Get down. Oh no! I didn't see it, unfortunate. I was like, oh hey, I hear the lightning, and I was a little bit too late on that. Oh. I didn't prepare my explosion, that's on me. Squished by bug dragon. Hey, at least they squished by dragon. That would be much better. Let's try again. G rank Astalos is like playing it feels like playing Frontier with GU moveset. It's crazy. Astalos non-stop. No, I haven't slayed everything in the game. I am 275 hours in. I'm only GR11. So there's still a lot more to do. Doesn't help that I'm slow, but still, right? Lots of things to do in this game. Alright, let's do some good old preparation. When do I get 444 emo? What's a 444 emo? But when is that banana? I've slain HR Amatsu. Not GR though. GR I'm not even there yet. I mean, I just kind of want to look at dragons. If there's a monster data, I will play it. You don't know what's for meaning? Can't say that I do. Najarana. 4 equals 4? I guess. I'm not into 4. I'm neutral towards it. Oh, okay. White range 12, oh my god. No, I don't change anything. I think I can fight Astalos properly with this set. Sappho is looking at birds outside the window. Oh, Sappho is so precious. Nice. Alright, that should be everything. I don't want to bring too much stuff here. Imagine if they drop me at the secret area again. This game's fucking rigged. Alright, that was Asutalos. No nom combo? Combo doesn't like it? Yeah, I don't like being nommed. I like staying in Dragon's Maw though. Now that's top tier kobold activity. Lick kobold, I like that too. What's your favorite hunt, Mozino? Well, I wouldn't say hunt, but I wouldn't say there's a favorite hunt because I don't necessarily like hunting them dragons, but yeah, I would say. I mean, if you want to say favorite hunt as in killing things, I like killing Black Agoga, and I like killing Rajang, and I like killing Kongalala because I hate them to bits. I hate those stupid monkeys. So there you go. But if I can smooch though, I'll smooch Malzeno any day. I hate monkeys in this game. Yeah, fuck. They're way harder to fight than anything. It doesn't help that they're stinky too. That looks like number 5? No, that's not 5. Oh, that's 2. I'll lick Fluffy as well. Dragon. Reptiles more than primates? Exactly. I mean, I'm human. I'm primate, but Look at the stupid monkey. Oh my god, that counts. Thank goodness. Members are nice to the hole though. Contains cats after all. Yeah. Oh my god, I dodged under it. That was cray cray. Give. Shiny. Hiya, can I not have shiny? Kinda worth it. Oh, how much lingering was that? Stupid. Right, that hits to the left as well. With the slow fall and then I just runs away. Oh yeah, paintball, how can I forget? Congalala and Volvidon is just gross to me. Sorry people who like them. Yeah, they're gross. I don't like them too. But yeah, sorry to those who like them. I just can't. Do it again. Okay. I didn't know they can tail whip and then into under the move. This is actually just fighting against a frontier monster with GU with GU moveset. Right. Since when you backdash so... What the fuck is going on? Like, actually, what the fuck is going on? Why do you move so weirdly now? Now you're faster, what? Oh, I rolled, but I guess I pressed it too late. Damn. My god, the last hit never hits. Okay. %95%. I have 4 garbage. I failed 4 times on 95%. Am I lucky or am I unlucky? Would you consider hitting 5 times 5% or 4 times lucky? Maybe that's lucky. I hit 4 times 5%. Now the wings. Oh my god, it never hits. I cannot get rid. Tail. There we go, finally. It is statistically improbable if we put it that way. I pressed high. I think I know what to do there with the 2 hit. I think if I'm fast enough, I might be able to dodge it twice. I suppose your cuteness overrides the rules of your universe. Oh my god. Being cute transcends all rules. That's a tail. Do this immediately? Yeah, okay, it's totally possible. Nice. Oh, you're tired now. No more juice. That sounds about right to you. Boat scale. Oh my god, I got a scale from a tail. That rhymes. Oh my god, I'm the best. I got a scale from a tail. I might as well be a rapper. Mine. Being adults breaks the law of physics, proven fact. I can fly. Oh my god. Oh, thanks game. Get out of here. We take those. I pressed. No. Even a sea sponge can dodge that. But I didn't do it. What? Oh, they whipped. Ooh. We did it. We didn't do it. Ow. Shame.
Hello.
Where we were, thank you, just a second. Hey! One more. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, I can never hit the last hit. Oh, one free hit. Let's go. Oh, what a... You're right, what a name. Squirting orgasm. Oh, I mean, it's just saying the word, not showing it, so it's not breaking TOS, so it should be fine. Oh, how did I have 2 first aid men? Thanks for the follow. I assume names like that is like a follow and then look at the reaction and then leaves. Which is valid. Finally. Get out of here. That was cool. That was cool. We take those. Oh, Phantom Hitbox. You think so too? Yeah. I mean... It's a name full of shock value. That has to be it. I don't want to like try it. Nope. I will soon recover. Nice. 15 minutes. 15 minutes we can already capture this guy. Second try. I mean, I guess learning can be really strong in Monster Hunter. That's how that's how I play this game anyway. Learn and more learning. Is it not gonna EP? I guess not. No EP for Dragon? What? I think it's gonna leave very soon. Maybe? Ow. Come on, just step back once. Thank you! You're the best. Love you. Now go to sleep. EP Dragon. EP Dragon. I love EP Dragon. No way. Okay, okay. Got the mega shiny. Yeah, that was 18 minutes. Boat River? It's a Deviant Astalos? What? I think Ivory Lagiacrus is just a subspecies, it's not deviant. I guess tomorrow I can continue playing Halo ODST. More Halo. Boboko. Hey, hi Summer. Oh my god. Tekken. Hello, Tekken. Oh my god, that's literally perfect. And then I messed up everything. Hope Solar is doing good. Dragon. Oh my god, Kelby Horn for 800 points? Holy shit. Expensive. No, you're perfect? Wait, I don't think I'm perfect. I feel like I love Monster Hunter a little bit too much, no? Like, there were times where Monster Hunter pissed me off, but I'll always come back. I always come back to Monster Hunter. Someone should make a Monster Smoocher instead, like, that would be 10 times better. Well, I'm gonna call it a day. I'm feeling a little bit hungry. Tomorrow I'm gonna continue playing Halo then. We're gonna start with... So, I already finished... Give me a second. Actually, let me close this one first. And then I need to open up music. Music in Final Rate Target. Have a nice rest of your day. Thank you, Brecky. You too. In the boop, oh my god. This one. Why does YouTube keep showing the experiencing interruptions thing? I guess I can... I mean, I want to rate Johnny, but I also want to rate Lucy, the Kobold. I also want to rate Bailey this time, actually. Bailey did rate me a few times and I didn't even really rate her as much. Mama Bear Precious. Oh, Bailey just started. Oh. Oh yeah, Bailey just started. Well, I guess I can rate Bailey. No, I'm gonna get spoiled. This stupid bucket. I don't want the bucket. I don't want the bucket. Must spoil the Kobold, not the bucket. I should get more water. I finished it. Just about time too. Well, I already have a raid target. So tomorrow I'm gonna continue playing. What's the game again? Alright, Halo. I'm gonna continue playing Halo ODST. Yeah, ODST. And I don't know how long that's gonna be, but definitely not a single session thing. So, and I also, oh man, I keep forgetting to talk to Ixon about like when should we play games together. I kind of want to play fast mode with Ixon because Dragon's gonna protect the little couple. I'll be extremely scared, but if Ixon is there, then I think I wouldn't be as scared because the Dragon help. So maybe I'll talk to Ixon about it. And then if who else want to join, that should do as well. And also there are days where I want to play Deep Rock Galactic again, so maybe someday I'll stream it and then we can play together. I heard Red Hawk or Zri wants to play again, so yeah, that could be a thing that we can do. I think this year I want to reach out to people more a little bit instead of just like staying in my own bubble. It's nice to stay in my own bubble, but I kind of feel like I want to reach out a little bit, because I'm sorry I'm doing this again, but there are times where I just feel like I'm a little too uninteresting. Right? I feel like I'm like not a very interesting person to talk to. So in a way, that is why I kind of want to branch out and maybe work on my talking skills a little bit, or like just making more friends in general, or make friends more friend in general. I know it's weird for me to put it that way, but it's just kind of how I feel about me personally. So this year I kind of want to improve a little bit more. So yeah, this year I want to play games with more friends. I think it will be fun too. You're doing better than I am, that's for sure. Really? I thought you're playing with a lot of people as well. Friends. I need to stop by Hope stream at least once. Gosh diggity dang, the time zone stupid. I don't like time zone, but it's a thing. Aww. I'm your friend, Bright Talk Dragon friend. She gets it, don't worry. I get it too, but I want to. Maybe someday I'll be a bad kobold and no sleep. Well, not no sleep, but I'm gonna try to stay awake. I'll be a bad kobold and try to stop by at least once. I want to. Seems like a very nice vibe there. And also another thing is that, oh yeah, today is Thursday, right? Okay, today is Thursday. So on Saturday morning, I'll be joining Celeste via chat group again. So that's nice. Hopefully I won't be too much of a nuisance. I don't know, I'm feeling anxious again. They make a nice hyena clip. Ooh. And then you're hacking killing. Oh my god. Hope is so nice, even though we didn't get to interact with each other. Hope's nice. Bye, Becky. Yeah. Join the Celeste via chat group again. being a kobold over there feels nice too, considering there's so many dragons there. Mm. 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 I'm not cool enough for Celeste VR chat. I'm sure she'll be okay with you joining. You could DM her about it for a bit and then she'll be able to join. I don't think Brecky's not cool enough. Brecky's cool as fuck. Also my throat. Brecky cool as heck. Brecky is amazing. I thought it was someone knocking. It's a rat. Wait. Scared me a little bit. You should join too? Yeah, Brecky could join. Oh, my hand's broken. Bailey... Yeah, Bailey started. Okay, okay. I'm kind of vibing now. I think this music doesn't get muted on Twitch. I was talking to her about you at one point because during her birthday a person named Tyrak Tyrak joined us in the game and he was like, I kinda know who this Tyrak is and hope when Tyrak is great, she's adorable. I mean, not wrong, my emote names are Tyrak Tyrak or Tiurak 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 is, oh my god. I feel like me being a kobold is kind of cheating here. Maybe it's because I'm a kobold that a lot of people think I'm adorable. What if I'm not a kobold? Oh no. Also gonna send 2 cat pics? Oh, I'm looking at them now. Oh my goodness, Eepy Kitty. Oh, I don't have my other monitor. Ah, my other monitor is for my other my other monitor is being occupied by Switch. Tira, sorry, it's all good. Don't worry, it's okay. It's the emote, yeah. You're nice, whatever form you take. Oh. I think peeps are confused about the emote because it says Taurak. Yeah, that's actually very, very understandable. Also like your other OC, nice fursuit. Oh, thank you. I guess I mean, I'm not gonna trouble dump anymore. But long story short, I think I never been validated when I was a kid, so maybe that's why I just cannot I cannot even fathom that I mean something to anyone, you know what I mean? Alright? It's just something that would never cross my mind. But here I am, you know, here I am. So I'm extremely grateful to be here. And I'm extremely grateful to be surrounded by people like you guys. It truly makes me happy. It truly makes me feel like living is pretty nice. It is. It totally is. Holy shit. It's fucking amazing. I'm the same. People keep telling me that I'm this sweet, caring, considerate person, and my brain snake goes like, fuck no, what you talking about? You're like, right? It's like, it's so hard to it's so hard to accept compliment because as a kid, no matter what I do, it's just never enough. It's always wrong. It's always wrong, or it's like I could have done this instead. Or like, you shouldn't be doing that. You should be doing that instead. It's never you did good, right? It's never you did good. It's always you did wrong. And I think in time, it's almost my entire childhood. In time, it just kind of makes me feel like, oh yeah, I guess whatever I do is just kind of wrong. Well, whoever can hold my hand and lead me to do everything else, you know. I need guidance because everything I do is just wrong. So I know this is like a mindset thing, and I'm trying to sort of grow out of it. It's extremely difficult, but I'm trying. I've been trying to accept praises. A little bit. I've been trying to work on it a little bit, so that's nice. At least same for you. I'm sorry about that. It's something that's really tough to get rid of. It's already like it's like imprinted into our hearts and brain. Things that get chiseled into us as children, especially from parents, is very hard to break. Yeah, exactly. I mean, even now, whenever I do things in the family, it's always I'm the wrong one, so it's still gonna be hard for me to sort of break out of this. I mean, like, even the nasty leg wound that I got is my fault. Because I didn't look at the road when I'm walking, you know, like that. You know what I mean, right? So, it's a very interesting experience, but I'm okay with that. Zir. Hi, Zir. Stinky boat. Wow, look at the stinky boat. Hello, welcome. Boat friend. Wait. And then the end. Oh, wait, I don't get to snooze the ad? Hiya. Kanasai Twitch. Which is cutting the grass was never enough. That would ask me to mow the lawn. I did it and it was like, you missed this, you didn't do this, you should have done this, and never ever did I get a thank you, right? Ever. I get that a lot. Speaking of boats, how's your fitness journey going, Till? Not good. I'm still so fat. I'm not doing anything to try to lose my weight. I did change it. Hugs your face? I'm small. A paw would be able to hug my face or my entire body. In the Wednesday Pathfinder games I'm in, the Kobold Sniper I'm playing lost a sibling to a boss fight. No, not the Kobold sibling. Rip Spins. He was a good little guy. Sorry to go through that. I can relate. I can relate that. I can relate that you went through that as well. I'm sorry too. Fitness dick in your mouth? Dick? Is it a dragon dick? Would be nice. Oh, is it fit this dick in my mouth? Oh. Oh, I get it this time. Oh my god, I'm the best. Holy shit. His last act was getting a crit on the boss. Whoa, god. Many hugs and pets. Yeah. Smart Kobo, I know, right? It's a these nuts joke. Aha, I think I know what these nuts is. Isn't these nuts like kinda long time ago? I still kinda like it though. These nuts. Still funny after 23 years. It's great. These nuts is like the the perfect amount of prank. It's not too harmful, it's good. Cobalt Sniper's name is Skeet, by the way. He has told his siblings but still feels very guilty. Aww. Lore. I'm hungry. And Cobalt kinda wants food. Food. I should probably raid out, right? I'm gonna go wash some clothes at the washroom before I lost my spot. Thanks for the stream, and for sharing. You could be a hero. Thank you. Good luck with washing clothes. Thanks for stopping by. So I'm gonna go take my medicine and breakfast. Have a good one, Tiara. Thank you as well, Nina. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good breakfast. Hear me out. Inject vampire blood into a Cobalt sibling for undead Cobalt Sniper. Inject vampire blood? Huh? Isn't Oh, wait, so when vampire bites into someone else and then they become vampire, it's not because they suck their blood and without blood anymore, it's because the vampire injected their blood into the other person so that they become a vampire? Whoa. Whoa. Oh my god. If you become vampire, you're already half Malzeno. Oh, you're right. Malzeno is a vampire dragon. Oh. Most mythos needed to be partially willing to. Said it doesn't work with dragons, but there's Malzeno. Vampire dragon. I like vampire dragon. I mean, look at Malzeno. Oh. That's a lot louder than I thought. I mean, when Malzeno says I'm fucking, wow. Wow. And remember that Malzeno meme where he goes, come here so I can suck your dick, I'm in blood. I remember that one. Happy Halloween, haha. Don't come to my house or else I'll suck your dick, I'm in blood. Blood. It's so good. Some though, like D&D and Pathfinder, you need to drink their blood. Oh. Don't come to my house or else I'll suck your dick. There was for Speedy, everybody so he had to escape. Oh. Skid could only barely grab Spinx's body and escape. Whoa. Goes to Malzeno's house. Yeah, I call dibs. I call dibs on both. And did too much simping? Too much? So now we have some serious stakes in the story. Can't wait to beat the boss with hammers. Yeah. It sounds kinda sad too, because in D&D, if I were to make my own character, and if they were to not survive an encounter, and then they died, I would be so sad. Like, my characters, oh my god, I don't want them to die. It's like, oh no. I would feel terrible. We can go together? Ooh, that's a nice idea. Oh my god. For Malzeno. Anyway, I need to plug my things now and I need to go get food. And Cobalt's getting hungry. Nick. Boop. Boop. time to actually go in and take my meds. Have a good one. Okay. Thank you, Nina. Is this a date getting asked out on the stream? Huh? I should find some food? Yeah, me too. Did you get asked? Oh, that whiffed. Wow. You get asked out on the stream? Cool. Well, here's coffee. Coffee nice. Coffee good. Coffee helps. Coffee good. And coffee helps pay the bills, so coffee nice. And I'll let Bernie talk about it for a bit too. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. I can make fries and nuggies for third day in a row. Ooh. I'm not, surprisingly enough, I'm not a big fan of fries, but nuggies, oh, nuggies my favorite. I also have a Discord channel. Why is there a banana? Discord nice. I announced my stream stuff over there. I don't know if Discord nice actually with the recent update and shit. But still, I announced my stream stuff over there in... There's a dragon simping corner if you like dragons. I love dragons. Hey. But I think that's pretty much it, yeah. Banan, you love them big? I know you do. I mean, you're small, so... Easy. Easy. And then here's the rate message. They, like literally? Yeah, you like them big. They, okay. I have the rate message. I chose those big ones that have not much taste. I mean, you did say you like it big, so... let me type the rate to Bailey. I typed in the rate to Bailey. Manira is so cute. I thought Braggy is pretty cute as well. Oh, and Brett Talk too. Oh my god, oh my god. I typed in the rate. I'm ready to raid. Okay. Before the raid though, and Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all, right? Hey. And here comes the raid. I almost pressed the stop streaming button for some reason, but here comes the raid to Bailey. Hey, yeah, we're gonna raid the Mama Bear. Wait, I died. In game, not real. In Minecraft. Don't ban me, Twitch. Only Broken Noodle? There's no more cursed model anymore. I think VTube Plus updated their bone behavior. They don't force the mesh to the bone structure anymore. They just sort of like, they don't stretch the mesh anymore. They just like make it look weird. That's it. It doesn't make me look like an analog horror monster anymore. bye, 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 Breaky. I'll press the right now button actually because I'm so hungry. So, see you guys tomorrow. We're gonna play some. We're gonna continue playing Halo ODST. So, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Bye, bye.